Warm chocolate. We would have to do it again and again until we
So another classical recipe
is oh my god, that was the stressful. I forgot. seats. Apart from my amazing scrutinizers who are already here, I love you for being so self-sufficient. Everyone, please take a seat. Especially the ones who want to become not only elect board but real board. Please take a seat. Thank you. Which community are we missing? Or is everyone here? It seems a little less than yesterday, but that's okay. It is less than yesterday, I figured. We lost a few people on the way.
Wait, no.
Well, we lost a few people on the way. Okay, so we can start. Awesome. Yeah, let's get this party started. So now we have the actually very exciting, interesting part with voting. A lot, like a lot. So please brace yourself. Please mentally prepare. Have your voting devices ready, and you know the procedure. First, we're gonna start with a quorum check. So the quorum check is: are you a morning person? Which is awesome as a question in the morning after yesterday. Amazing. So starting the quorum check. Are you a morning person? The options are yes, no, abstain. Everyone who votes for yes, please raise your votes now. Raise them high as yesterday. Stretch your arm. Thank you. Thank you. You can lower the devices. Thank you. Thank you. Put it down. Everyone who votes for no, please raise your voting devices now. Thank you. 7 no votes. Abstains? Anyone? Amazing. Thank you. Sankan prefers noon. Quorum is met. Amazing. So we can start with the vote. We gonna have. I'm sorry. Could you step one back or one to the front because I don't see what's coming.
Wait.
Don't fall over sadly, please. What are we waiting for? Clicker. Awesome. All right. So thank you. For the voting, we're gonna have first we're gonna have the public vote. So a lot of voting device raising. I'm trying to entertain. I know I'm making a fool out of myself, but that's the job, I guess. So we have for the public votes, we have a simple majority. So yes, more yes than no votes. We need 50% plus one vote, and abstains count as no, which doesn't mean that you have to choose between either of the ways, but only yes counts as yes. And for everything that yes, yeah, absolutely, thank you. Never mind. Yeah, and for the votes that involve people, we have secret votes. So you're gonna get voting ballots, which are like nice and neatly printed on paper, and you're gonna fill them out. So let's start with the final budget. You remember we had the budget report. You were all so attentive and all asked so many questions. So I'm sure you all know about what the budget is about. So get your voting devices ready. Do you accept the final budget of 2021? Options yes, no, abstain. Yes votes, please raise your voting devices now. 14 yes votes. Thank you. Wait, we're not done yet. No votes. 0 no's. Abstains. 0 abstains. Now you can stop. Come on. Okay, next up, financial audit report 2021. Do you accept the financial audit report of 2021? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Everyone who votes yes, please raise your voting devices now. 14 yes votes. Thank you. Thank you, Lugano. Thank you. No votes. 0 no's. Abstains. 0 abstains. Congratulations. No, that was a very sad congratulations. All right, then we turn to the budget of 2022. Do you accept the amendment of the to the budget 2022? Options are yes, no, abstain. Everyone who votes yes, please raise your voting devices now. 14 yes votes. Thank you very much. No. 0 no votes. Abstains. 0 abstains. Amazing. Amendment has been approved. All right. Then we have the amendments to the amendment.
Yes.
Yes. You can't vote. We need to vote the amendment to the amendment, because if the amendment doesn't go through, the amendment to the amendment wouldn't have to be voted. I know my stuff. All right. So the amendment to the amendment of the Swiss event policy paper. Sepp, do you accept the amendment to the amendment of SEPP? Yes, no, abstain. Everyone who votes yes, please raise your voting devices now. 13 yes votes. No, 13 yes votes. Yes, thank you. Someone votes for no. 0 no votes. Abstain. 1 abstain. Thank you very much. The amendment to the amendment has been approved. Aha. Right. Error. All right. Then we have the amendment to the Swiss event policy paper SEPP. Do you accept the amendment to the SEPP? Yes, no, abstain. Everyone who votes yes, please raise your voting devices now. 14 yes votes. Thank you very much. Anyone votes for no? 0 no votes. Abstain? 0 abstain votes. The amendment has been approved. All right, now we have, as requested yesterday, one of the amendments to the SOS separately, and the rest will be voted together. So first, the SOS amendment let's read out the sentence easier. Do you accept the amendment to the statutes and standing orders without the Article 11 of the standing orders? Options are yes, no, abstain. Everyone who votes for yes, please raise your voting devices now. Like, hi, people, please. 14 yes votes. Thank you very much. Anyone votes for no? 0 no votes. Abstains? 0 abstains. Thank you very much. Amendment has been approved. All right. Amendment to the to the standing orders by the national level. Do you accept the amendment to the Article 11? Yes, please. Procedural. Yes.
Maybe we could restate what the Article 11.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Could we have the documents? Or not?
It's the change.
So this article is the change of the dismissal from NL as it is written now to NB, which would comply with what we had written in the restructuring.
Who is this missing? Who is this missing?
the NA is dismissing the NB and not the NL anymore. So the BS would not be dismissed by the NA.
Yeah,
Just a quick clarification. So this in the NL restructuring, the BS is now released as soon as their NB team leader is released. So basically, the moment that the NB is released, the BS is also released. But it's just that it means that we share the responsibility of kind of releasing and dismissing the BS to the NB rather than to the NA.
Is the question about the content of the proposal?
Without the short.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. So again, the vote is on Article 11, which for now states that the National Assembly dismisses the national level, so the national board and the board support. Whereas to comply with the national level structuring, where the dismissal of the board support is done automatically as soon as the national board is released, then we shift from national level to national board. So the national board dismisses the board support, and the National Assembly dismisses the national board. Basically.
Thank you very much for the clarification. So we can continue with the vote. Okay, once again, do you accept the amendments? Please, can I have your attention? This is serious business here. Do you accept the amendment to the Article 11 of the standing orders? The options are yes, no, abstain. Surprise, surprise. And everyone who votes for yes, please raise your voting devices now. 12 yes votes. Thank you very much. Anyone votes for no? Two no votes. Abstains? 0 abstains. Thank you very much. The amendment has been approved. All right. Now we have the amendment to the standing orders by Neuchâtel. Do you accept the amendment to Article 3 and 10 of the standing orders by ESN Neuchâtel? Yes, no, abstain are the options. Everyone who votes for yes, please vote, raise your voting devices now.
Clarifying what exactly is written in the article.
We discussed that. We discussed that at length yesterday. It was sent out to you, no? It is about the election of the board support, whether it should be done by the NA or by the National Assembly or by the National Board.
So if you vote yes, that you want to the NA to elect the board support. NA to elect the board support.
Yeah, the National Assembly. The National Assembly are the sections that this kind of meeting that we have right here should be responsible for electing the board support. That's what it is about. All right. Yeah. Okay. So once again, do you accept the amendment to Article 3 and 10 of the standing orders proposed by ESN Neuchâtel? The options are yes, no, and abstain. For yes, please raise your voting devices now. 6 yes votes. Thank you very much. No. 5 no votes. Thank you very much. And abstains? 3 abstains. All right. So the amendment wasn't approved.
Yes.
Abstains. Next up, the annual report by the national level 2021-2022. Do you accept the annual report by the national level 2021-2022? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Everyone who votes for yes, please raise your voting devices now. Please raise them high so we can see them from the, thank you. 14 yes votes, thank you. No votes, 0 no votes. Anyone abstains? No, 0 abstains. So the annual report has been approved, no accepted. All right, next up, the 3-year strategy for 2022 throughout 2025 by the national level. Do you accept the 3-year strategy for 2022 throughout 2025 by the national level? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Everyone who votes for yes, please raise your voting devices now. 14 yes votes, thank you very much. Anyone votes for no? 0 no votes. Anyone abstains? 0 abstains. Thank you very much. The 3-year strategy has been accepted. All right, action plan. Do you accept the action plan by the national level for 2020 for the mandate of 2022-2023? The options are yes, no, and abstain. We'll mix it up. Everyone who votes for yes, please do that now. Otherwise, I'm just getting nuts with that sentence. 14 yes votes. Thank you very much. Anyone is not so happy with that? No votes. 0 no votes. Anyone abstains? 0 abstains. Congratulations on your action plan. Next up, the application for the OC for NA1. Do you accept, brace yourself, Lausanne. Do you accept the application of Irsan Lausanne as OC for NA1, sorry, as Organization Committee for the National Assembly 1 in autumn? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Everyone who wants to go to Lausanne in autumn, please raise your voting devices now for yes. 13, all right, 13 yes votes, thank you very much. Please, people, stay quiet. Anyone votes no? 0 no votes, abstains? Okay, 1 abstain, thank you very much. Afterwards, someone can explain to me why it's fun. All right, so congratulations to the OC of NA1. All right, that was it with the voting device raising fun. Now we're gonna have the secret votes for the national board positions. So also very serious stuff. You're gonna elect or hopefully elect a communications manager, an education and youth officer, a project manager, and the advisory council. You're gonna do that with voting ballots that I have here with me. So I would either ask, sorry, there is, what do you have? Is it common? Is it procedural? I mean, yeah, if we do that, then please let's do that now, but it's 1 comment by Neuchâtel.
So Sandrine, Yesen, Neuchâtel. No, so I mean, so the amendment about Yesen Neuchâtel's amendment didn't go through, but I'm really happy that there was a discussion about it, that there was a conversation about it, and I really hope DNB is going to take that into account and is going to take that really seriously and really have those discussions with the sections and really go to creating a system that works better and it is more consistent and more respectful towards the participants. So thank you very much for having that discussion yesterday.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we would proceed with the secret votes. I have the voting ballots with me, so I would ask the vote delegates of every section to come to me and get their voting ballots. You only get your voting ballot if you can show me the sign thingy. I know, I know, I know. They're keeping the sign, but they're getting a voting ballot. All right. Before you hover me here, it's getting warmer. The more people stand around, it's getting warmer. So the voting ballots, is everyone who's voting here right now? Okay, the voting ballots look like this. So you have one column with names yes or yes, no, and abstain, and one column that is empty. Please. Are you serious? No. Are you serious? I tried to pronounce the P. Never mind. Please put a cross in the not filled column next to the answer that you want to choose for the choice that you make. Was that clear? Yes, perfect. Everyone is able to vote as well. It's some countries, so I hope it's clear how voting proceeds. Otherwise, only put one cross, not in every. Yeah, you know how the system works. All right, so show me your what? Please show me your voting devices. You're gonna get a voting ballot. So in case you, I don't know, experience some kind of spasm or punch a hole in your voting ballot, we have 2 to spare. Otherwise, I would ask you to fill them out now and then return them. Do we have a box where they can return them to? Yeah, well, I would ask you, yeah, you can take my computer case. I would ask you to fold it once in the normal direction so we can determine which section is like whose voting ballot it is, but fold it once and then put it into my computer case. Counting the votes alone. All right. Is there anyone with a voting ballot that has not turned in yet? Anyone that still has a voting ballot? If you don't turn it in now, it's not going to be counted. Because the scrutinizers are leaving the room to count the votes now. Last chance. All right. Then I would ask you to commence with your very respectful and important work. Awesome. Please bring me back that case. I really like it. Thank you. People, we're done with voting, except one. Oh yeah, one very important vote, but for now, everything has like the vote delegates have spoken. That's it. Now you might be wondering why I'm switching mics, because now it's getting serious for me, since I'm not from Switzerland, as some of you might have noticed yet. I'm from Austria, so I'm doing also an international guest presentation. I'm changing hats right now to give the scrutinizers a little bit of time. I don't know why. I didn't want to give the scrutinizers a little bit of time, and because you didn't hear me talk enough about my NO yet, I'm going to tell you a little bit about years in Austria, especially interesting for the 3 of you, no, only 2 of you right now that are coming to Austria next weekend. Amazing. We're going to have a Swiss delegation in Austria at the NA. Be proud. All right. So surprise, surprise. We're also called the Erasmus Student Network. And we're still looking for a motto of our mandate. Fun fact, it started 1.5 months ago, so it might be too late. That could be our motto as well. First of all, that's me, in case you didn't see me yet, which would be kind of awkward, but sure. My name is Marie Therese, or MT. I'm currently president of Years in Austria in my second mandate. I officially study at Uni Wien, which is why I'm part of the section Years in Uni Wien, which is more or less the biggest one in Austria. We have 30 members. Yes, our biggest section has about 30 members. And I joined ESN in 2020. Yes, it was 1.5 years ago. Yes, I'm in my second mandate now, which means I have been more than 1 year already national president. And if you do the basic maths, yes, I have been 5 months in ESN when I was elected national president. Thank you. And before I joined ESN, I was obviously on Erasmus. So I have one of the really basic stories. I came back from Erasmus 2 weeks later. I was part of my local section. I went on Erasmus actually on the border of Switzerland, so you can almost count it as if I was in Switzerland for my Erasmus, which is awesome. And the picture, by the way, is taken by Youssef at the NBT in Appenzell, so that was also very nice. All right, this is Years in Austria. You don't have a communications manager elected yet, which is why no one is minding the old Vim on this map. But I didn't find the newer version, sorry. So this is the map of Austria, in case you didn't know. You're about here, like, no, there. Yeah, like there. And never mind. So in Austria, we have sections spread from Vienna to Ghent. We're currently hoping that changes next weekend when we have the vote whether it's a candidate section or not, which is awesome. We were founded in 1992, which is actually after USN was founded in general. As I said, 15 sections covering over 25 institutions. Those are in Graz, and which leads to a lot of confusion because ESN and the first kind of sound is the German is horrible. So we're looking forward to actually calling ESN because the one won't also we have 220 volunteers, which seems new to you because we have a lot, but yeah. We're supporting more than 8,000 Erasmus students or international students a year, which is really cool. This is a map of Vienna with the actual Vim, which is nice, and all the sections in Vienna. We also have something called ESN Vienna. It's not an official member of ESN Austria. It's more an entity to kind of coordinate the sections within Vienna. to have partnerships that count for every section, and so on and so forth. They also have a board, which was newly elected because it was kind of dead during COVID because there was nothing to do for them. This is the national level right now. It looks like a lot because we haven't had 7 board members in years, which is really cool as well. And we divide it still in national board and national coordinators. They also have different elective periods. For example, the national board has been elected in February. National coordinator is going to be elected next weekend if we have applications, which is kind of sad as well. That was some outings that we had. That one actually in Winterthur at the national boards training. And next to it, it's Innsbruck, also at the on the mountains. I thought it suits your vibe here kind of well. The pictures. It was not because we don't have other pictures. Of course, it was because the Switzerland related. Yes, we also have commercial partnerships because we don't have as much money as you do, obviously. So we are sustained by commercial partnerships. Those are our biggest partners. From student housing to Go Student, which you might have heard of. It's a tutoring service over Educom, which is for phone contracts and stuff like that. Not exactly that interesting, but if you're curious, you can approach me in the coffee break. We have one big national event, which is called Ears and Alps. It's obviously in the mountains, but actually the Alps stands for Action, Leisure, Party and Ski. In the Czech Republic, I was actually asked how big the mortality is of international students that go to this event. I don't have the statistics yet, but I think the girl that had to be picked up with the helicopter already left the hospital. I'm not sure though. I mean, it was already in March, so it would be good for her, but I don't know. And it's usually in Winterthur, which is nice because they have a glacier, so we can do it all around the year. It's twice a year, once in November, once in March, if it happens. Because with COVID, that was never so safe. And we have around 200 participants, and it's basically culture and sport, obviously. And sometimes we even manage to partner with Responsible Party. That was the last Alps, which actually happened, which was awesome because we finally got money back because we didn't have any before that. So we're happy. And yeah, so you see some of us, which is nice. That was the last National Assembly in Graz in the summer, so about a year ago. My first appearance as national president, which was very exciting. My first National Assembly in total, but who cares? And we're looking forward to the one in the castle next week. We also had an informal meeting because we couldn't hold the elective NA in person because there was lockdown in Austria, or not lockdown, but like something close to a lockdown. So we all met, or some of us met in Innsbruck again, which was also very nice. But yes, I have been elected twice for national president, both times online, and it really sucks. But yeah, what can you do? So about next weekend, we're gonna have our National Assembly in this lovely castle thingy there. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be medieval themed. We have a lot of room for international guests. Actually, 25% about of our people attending are international guests, which is awesome and kind of sad at the same time because we're talking about 40 participants, but it's nice. And we have 3 people from US and Switzerland joining us, so that's also really cool. And yeah, that was it. That was everything you need or never wanted to know about EARS in Austria. And feel free to follow us everywhere, and me as well. And I don't know how that works now. I mean, thank you very much for the presentation. And since I don't want to do that now, I'm saying that the speakers list is open if you want to ask any questions. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. No. Just because I'm not sitting there doesn't mean you get away with not saying your name and section.
how is your board elected in Austria?
By the National Assembly.
Yes, I think it's working.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yusuf.
I love when it's far.
Oh, please, careful with the lamps.
Yusuf, Yesen Logano / elect. Hello.
Yes. Thank
What's
you.
Yusuf, Yesen Logano / MB elect. What's one thing from our NA and from your NA you would exchange? So one thing you'd bring from your NA here, and one thing you would take from our NA to yours.
What I already took from your NA, because I loved it, from the one that I attended in October, which was actually my first international NA. So I feel very close to you in Switzerland in that way. Also because you have an awesome MB and I love them. But apart from that, what I definitely took, because it's an amazing system, is the feedback system that you have with dividing the CT, the OC, and the NB into groups, and then have this like rotation thing. Because if you have people come to the front and give feedback, it might be uncomfortable, but if you have like this kind of discussion setting, it's really awesome to also get in contact and like get into a dialogue about what was good, what was bad. So that's what I already took. And what I would bring here is, yeah, well, I really like roll calls. It makes me a little sad that you don't have them, like calling out every single section, because it's nice to like see the people from the sections. I like, if I don't see the person holding up the voting device, well, we managed to do it too. You even, never mind. So what I brought to the MP or NA, sorry, my presentation, my, I don't know, discussion leading skills. I don't know, like if you, I would have brought a workshop as well if I was international guest, but yeah, not exactly a practice, but thanks. Any other questions? No, it's not that exciting. I know. Okay, so then I would propose to close the speakers list. It's very confusing to do that from here. Any objections? No. All right, speakers list is closed. Thank you, and yeah, never mind. Thank you again. That's me, by the way. Before you run away, I mean, you know better by now, but there we go. Blam, blam, blam. Where are we? We're actually, oh my God, are we ahead of agenda? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. All right, so since we have a all right, so okay, so I would ask you to be back at 11:15 for the session on the future of national events by Axel and Lucy. So for your coffee break. Mike, and since I have no idea, oh yeah, I know, but it doesn't say presentation questions. Go ahead. I'll maybe. I'll start.
Okay. Hello, guys. I think I can officially say that I'm the next national event manager because I think the mandate starts today. So yesterday we had a workshop talking about the future of the national events, and we would like to summarize what we come up yesterday. And yes, as you know, I hope you know that in the action plan, we said that two of our purpose are to the revision of national events and also to try to extend the variety of these events. That's why we asked during the workshop some ideas for possible new national events. And maybe it was a little bit biased because we had the two candidates for the project management, but what came up was that to have a national event during the social inclusion, on social inclusion and during the social impact days. And something really nice that came up was to have a cultural event about cultural exchange events about, for example, cooking lessons, dancing class, something that can include also the association, not just ESN. And so I think it's something that we can discuss also to the next community weekend to see if it's possible also for the calendar, because as you know, the calendar is already quite full. Yeah, and then also something that came up was that the National Erasmus Games actually happen on the social impact days as well. So that's basically what we discussed from this. Then we also discuss about a training day that Laura, she will talk about. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, another idea that came up, and actually that we already put in our action plan, which you agreed to, is that we would like to organize in the next year one training day on like personal development. So nothing like where we talk about ESN, but about what other skills, soft skills, hard skills do you need for your work. And since the calendar is really tight, we thought about maybe doing this, since it's we want to try a one-day event, maybe in December or January, when we don't have a lot to do with the exchange students. I know for most of you it's the exams times, but we will discuss about that also during the next weeks and the community weekend, if that's a possibility or not. And then we see how we go on with this event. But it's something we want to try for next year.
And at the end, we talk a lot about one of the national events, so Titanic Le Manic. And so everyone seems to agree that there is a problem from both sides. The current situation is not good for both sides, like for ESN Lausanne and for the other section. So we all agree that something needs to be done, but we will need to find a solution. But we cannot keep it like this. So everyone gave their opinions. And I also talked before with the future head of OC from the EPFL side about his opinion, so I could share it. Not the opinion, but about one of the solutions, think about it. And so I gave it to the people here to know what they think about it. So just to summarize quickly, can I, Mathieu? Do you allow me to tell what David tell? Yeah. So what he thinks the best way to try to make everyone the best solution for everyone would be that the event would be open for ESNers from the sections only and not the Erasmus anymore, but maybe in an intersection way with some of the section. What it would change, we will have enough spots to us, all of you, kind of, because from now with 200 this year we planned 250 spots for the sections, and everyone didn't have enough spots. And even Yes and Lausanne complained about their number of spots. So in this way, Yes and Lausanne would get more spots and they will be happy about it. But in the other section, all the members can go because even with 100, 150 spots, there is enough spots that all the ESNers member that could be interested to join the event could join. And so everyone gave their opinion about it. Some people agree, some not, but it could be a solution. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, this is of course one of the solution possible, but then we will still have a call with the C, me and Axel, and also maybe somebody from the national level. So it's an open discussion, it's not something fixed, just to possible solution.
Yeah, the solution that we can try as well to talk during the community. We will try to motivate the future head offices from those that join the community weekend. So we have a discussion about it and see like just a solution so everyone could be happy at the end. So, yeah. For the rest of the time, I go to questions.
Maybe to explain that again. So the idea was that we do this workshop to get a first impression on your thoughts, to summarize it now, but to work on it in the next mandate, and to establish it during the maybe next mandate. We will not be able to do it. So if you have any questions or inputs, please share them with us, because only then we can change it. So to add, it is the time where we can.
Are we doing this officially yet now? Like, are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so then that's good to know.
Questions.
Yeah, okay. I was just not aware. Never mind. Discussion. Speakers list is open. I didn't see the people. So, yeah, Julia. Yes.
Julian, yes, and Lugano. You said that you are gonna bring down the participant list or either like adapt it, and I was wondering, like, if you keep it at 250, do you believe that 250 ESNers will join the event? And if not, how is the price of the event gonna be impacted by the fact that there are less people?
I'm not sure I understood your question.
Yeah, no, I understood. We said to see also, of course, we have also to collect what you are thinking about that, because it's not just about us. And then, yes, of course, like price or whatever is something that the OC of Titanic can tell in case variables will change.
Yeah, okay. Oliver has a reaction.
Yeah, Oliver, yes, and CERN, I think they didn't quite answer your question. What you asked is if there would be less people for the event, what would happen? That's not what they plan to do. They plan to move down the slots for the sections but give it only to members and not exchange students, and the rest would be filled with ESN Lausanne. So it's just Lausanne would get more spots for their section since it's basically their event, and sections could only send. Politics aside, the sections could send ESN members, and with 150 people or 200, it would still be like more than like we could supply.
So yes is next. There's the cube.
Okay. So
Yes.
yes, in Switzerland. My thing is not about Titanic. It's maybe more about the future expansion of national events. So there was a talk at some point at the NA2, I think, and also like later on about creating an event where sections, all of them, like, you know, and it could be scalable and also different from what we have. Because so far, we have the Swiss Train Rally, which is very decentralized and very restrained in like in terms of interactions with everyone, and also the next very specialized into sports. But what about a, kind of a getaway weekend with a lot of sections? These sections, all the sections.
Please, everyone,
So
pay attention. Be
this-
respectful for this last day. Thank
So
you.
this was something that was brought up by some people, and also we discussed it. I think that it's a good idea. So my question maybe to you and to you as well. Would you be up to not create the event, but create a roadmap for a new event next year? So maybe like not the next Sunday, but the one after, we would have a new national event that is open to all the sections in the style maybe of like a chalet weekend, or where we have like multiple chalets for sections, etc. That kind of getaway weekend where everyone can see themselves somewhere, you know, and be open for everyone. A lot of interactions happen between the sections and the exchange students.
Okay, so maybe we can comment what you said. Yeah, I think it's a good point, because we still have to think in case if we want to add actually an event, if it's possible. So yeah, it's important also to get ideas and suggestions. This maybe make not to be possible to do this year, but to do the next mandate. So yes, let's see how it starts to. Yeah.
Could someone pass the cube to Yusuf, please?
Hi, Yusuf. Lugano, Station Elect. I have a question regarding the general. Do you have a general plan other than YAS's recommendations to push
Could
towards
you speak up a little bit?
Yes,
please?
I can.
towards? Do you have a general plan to push towards newer events? For example, YAS's recommendation or similar, or is the plan to continue the same events or to repeat the events? For example, Swiss Rally being done in both autumn and summer. So what is the general plan to both of you, basically?
Yeah, I think of course we should continue on what we're doing, like for us with the rally. If it's possible to organize twice, why not? I mean, if there is also the SBB offer, because it was an exception last year. So I think yes, we can for sure focus on what we did well in the past. What we want to do is also to collect the idea from the sections to understand if there is a need to have a different type of events, then collect these ideas we did yesterday, then evaluate them and see if it's possible, because of course the calendar is, as we said, is really already full. So maybe we have a great idea, we have all the motivation, but then it's not feasible for the time and resources. And yeah, of course we will keep doing the beautiful events that we already organized, and then yes, we see if it's possible to add something.
Thank you. Yeah, Yusuf, can you pass it to Juan?
Juan Luz, yes, and Lucerne. So I hope my question is clear. I'm trying to organize my mind, but okay, and it could be done. So in my understanding right now, national events are just events that a section could escalate to invite other people of the national level. Are you considering that the national events should be go to the direction that are intersectional planning to invite others, or should be host a section and be escalate to invite people? I'm trying to make this clear, sorry, it's confusing. The thing is a section, only one section who plan the national events, that is like a little bit centralize the power and invite every ESNer, or is intersectional to plan as OC and other things? Like, that's my question, because I think I quite not understand if there is a difference or both are accepted. And there is no
So
reaction.
Laura wants to answer, but then Schneeb has a reaction, Oliver has a reaction, Yusuf has a reaction. So
Okay, so basically why we have OCs for events is because it's easier for them to organize. For example, for this Australian rally, we have an intersection OC, and as you can see here at this NA, there are also two sections collaborating as an OC, so this is always possible. It's just for, especially for NAs, it's way easier if the people are like closely together and can meet up and have physical meetings as well, or go and check the venues and stuff like that. So that's basically why it has this kind of structure, but it's not totally set. So there can be intersection OCs if necessary. Yeah. Anything else to add? Is that covering your? Or do you want to go? Yeah.
Actually,
Schneeb.
so Schneeb is in Switzerland. I think there's a bit of confusion of what is intersection events and national events. And just to make it clear, intersection event has nothing to do with the national level. It's like a section that opens the event to other sections in order to get money. No, in order to be friendly. And national event is really like the national level bears the responsibility of that event to happen, and then they happen to dedicate that to an OC. But so there's a difference in status. But I think your comment raises a fair point of the strategy we want to have in terms of the collaboration between the sections for national events, which is the only thing that national level bears the responsibility of. And for example, it would be maybe a valid point to say for national events, we want to have not only one section being the OC, at least for, I'm not talking about the NAs here, I'm talking about the Swiss Rally, energy, etc. But we want a bit of mixity also in the organizing committee of the national events.
Oliver had a reaction, or are you covered?
Oliver, yes, and Lucerne. The thing, for example, though, with the neg again, it's the problem if you have a multi-section OC, it's a chaos again, because you have to, because it's in one city. So like, again, if it will be Winterthur and Zurich, it will be okay, but Geneva and Chur can't work together. So, yeah.
Yusuf has a reaction as well, but you can answer first. We need the cue for Yusuf.
I answer first. Yeah, no, as Oliver said, of course, it's like a little bit difficult if the section are far away to do an intersection event and include a lot of people. But as we had, like, for example, for Halloween, we were Lucerne, Zurich, Neuchâtel, and Lugano, organizing in Lugano the Halloween boat. But then, of course, there was Oliver taking care about the treasure, so it was a good collaboration. So I think it depends on a little bit on the specific event, how much the variety of section can help. So yeah, it's not.
Yeah, my question goes to
Juan.
try to Juan, ASN Lucerne, sorry. My question was more going that way, like each national event should somehow ensure that there is not only one section, so the power doesn't feel that the OC is one section, but it's a really national event. I don't know how that can be made, but it's a question for the future, I think.
Yeah, sure. It's a question for the future, and we need to consult about what you want for the future of the national events. That's why we did a workshop, but only 5 people joined the workshop, so it's difficult to get your opinions. So maybe a small session or something at the committee weekend would be something very interesting for us to get your opinion of all of you, and that's why we do this presentation as well. So yeah, but depending on the events, the how the OC should be is very different. For the Swiss Army, it's not a problem to have like different people coming from all over the country. But for some others, it's more complicated than that.
Comment, Yusuf, then Schneep. Now we need the cube.
Music, yes, and Lugano, Chambi elect. Hello, yes, okay. One thing as an action to Juan and to the response is one commonality that should be within national events in general is the fact that since it's a national event, the national event manager should be head of OC. This is a way of approaching to ensure that all national events, no matter whether the OC is mixed or the OC is one section, there is still some standard that's being met as a definition of a national event. And part of that standard could be that the national event manager is the one ensuring that standards is met, because it's a national event manager who knows what a national event should be like.
If I would need to be the head of OC of all the events that we are, national events that we have, I couldn't make it to the end of the mandate, I think.
I mean,
Yusuf, we need the cube for
Yeah.
Schneep, please.
Can I answer, like,
Yes,
comment to this?
you
Yeah, I mean, I get your point. I think the most important things, even if the name is not actually the head of the OC of all the events, is the street, like the real close collaboration with the head of the OC. So I mean, at the end is, as he said, like, can be a little bit difficult to be the head of the OC or all the events, but what I would like to do is to be really close to the head of the OC, even if it's not me, in the organization. That is really important also to avoid any problems that will come up. Yeah. So.
Schneep?
Schnepp, Eastern Switzerland. Just to also to build up on what Juan said and what I said before. Maybe when we see that an event, because of the organization, you said it depends on the event. Some event can be organized by many sections, and some event, because of their structure, they have to be organized by one section only. And maybe that's actually a sign that this event is maybe not a good national event, because it leads to this concentration of power and these issues that we are having in the moment. And maybe we should design national events in a way so that they can include people from other sections in the OC. Not necessarily, of course, for National Erasmus Games, it's going to be difficult to have the venue responsible living in Sweden, but you can have the person that is doing the timetables for the games being not present at the place. You can have like a balanced OC, but yeah, so it depends on the strategy you want to adopt, and I think it's good to foster the collaboration, the active work collaboration between sections, and that's a good way of doing it.
You can keep it for now. You. Good.
Yeah, just by the thing you say, there is a lot of people like in the OC that needs to be at the event anyway. You said about the time slot for everything. There is often some stuff that happen that might make the event change, and if the person that's responsible for that is not here, it can be problematic. No, yeah, just.
I didn't say that. They come to the event, it's just that they don't leave.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you said.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like, then we lose a little bit the concept of a national event if there is an OC that is completely from one section. And also about the decision or also any problem, I think it's important that I will be involved or some other section will be involved. There will be not just one section. Yeah. So let's see.
Empty, yes, I'm Austria. Two things regarding the national event. I just presented to you that we have Alps, and usually for Alps, our national events coordinator is main OC, and we elect the entire OC. So there's a person by person election for 3 positions. They're most likely or never actually from the same section. They're from all over Austria, and they manage to organize an event at a place where there is no section like positioned, and that works. And so I don't see like the problem. And then they have the incomings come from different cities where we have local coordinators that coordinate everything from the beginning of their journey until they actually reach the point where the event is happening and back, and help out there. But the like OC is being elected from all the sections. And for our NAs, because you don't have joint NAs, we have cluster systems. So we don't have applicants for OCs. It's always a cluster that is responsible for organizing the OC. And since Austria is like kind of widespread, we have, I think, 4 or 5 clusters. And the next one is actually Graz and Klagenfurt and Leoben, which is also not that close to each other, but they kind of compare the offers that they get and help out each other if needed with volunteers and whatsoever. So that's how we do it, at least. I don't know if it's best practice sharing, but it's practice sharing.
Plus, in addition, there's NBT Appenzell was organized almost fully remotely.
Chantal?
Almost.
So Chantal, yes, in Switzerland, for NBT, at the beginning, we had another OC, and then we had to change really like in the last 2 months with the new OC of ESN Bern, and we haven't met all together until the event. Also for all the participants, and it worked. Sorry? No, it wasn't only ESN Bern. It was mainly ESN Bern, but we also had like stuff from all over Switzerland being interested in participating or organizing an international event. So it worked, but it would have been nice to have at least one meeting before all together. It was just time-wise not possible to do so.
And NBT Appenzell was perceived as one of the best international events that we had ever since the pandemic, just saying. All right, are there any other questions or comments regarding that topic? Otherwise, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No objections. Okay, speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. What? I'm just turning it off. It's fine. It's just my incompetence. Oh yeah, workshops. Next up, we're gonna have the second workshop session before lunch. You all signed up for a second workshop to avoid the confusion like we had yesterday. We put, we actually wrote out what kind of workshops you said you would like to attend. And you have the chart for us here. Amazing. So here you can see the chart with your name and section and the workshop that you signed up for, with the person that is holding the workshop and where it's going to be held. And then no one say that we don't learn from our mistakes. So we will also share that in the WhatsApp group if somehow possible. But if you could just take a look now, if I could have the workshop holders with me at the front so they can guide their participants to the rooms or locations that they would like to have them at. I don't know. All right, so everyone knows which workshop they are attending. Nice. Then I would ask the people who are joining. Okay, everyone who's joining Axel, please. I think in the box. So everyone who's joining Axel, I would ask, yeah, Schnipp, could you come to the front as well, please? I would ask for you to like look for a place and join Axel outside in front of the door. Then everyone who's going with Schneeb is going to stay here.
No.
No? Why?
Because it's going to depend on if you have your laptop with you or not. So if people don't have their laptop with them, we need to go back to where it is. And I guess it's in the place where we sleep. And then we take the workshop from there with the people.
All right. Okay, of course. Then you follow Schnipp. Then the people who are going to be in the workshop with Chantal and Yusuf are going to stay here. And Elena, you can meet your people on the lawn, and everyone knows where to go. And we'll see each other. Wait, You know better than to stand up before I'm done talking by now. People, stop for a second. One more second. Since you're already going to be at the venue, I would ask the workshop holders, like we did yesterday, to send the participants directly to the lunch. All right, we're not meeting here again until after our lunch break, which is right now. Yeah, we're gonna announce it in the group. It's fine. We're gonna announce it in the group. Okay, so now please go to the workshops that you signed up for and enjoy being educated about new stuff.
We're not going to do all of them. Switzerland joins the European universities. Let's make the best out of it. Finished. Okay, no, let's go to talk about what are the European universities. So, what are the European universities or alliances? By European university, we don't mean a university that is in Europe, because that's a lot of them, but it's actually initiative, a project that was made some years ago during the French presidency of the Commission, or European Commission, and there our good friend Emmanuel Macron, the president, decided that we should have this project, which would be to have transnational alliances of universities promoting European values and identity. That part is okay. And revolutionizing the quality and competitiveness of European higher education. So this is kind of the theoretical concept of what a European university is an alliance of different universities that get together and form this network. And it aims to foster the creation of real European degrees. So by that, they mean that the students can move freely from one university to another without facing any bureaucratic challenge. So you can think that as the ultimate form of exchange, which is basically, exchange in all of these universities at the same time. And you can go from one year to another and still have the same degrees. So it's one step above the joint degrees, if you know them as well, between two universities. This is larger. The current alliances here, it's kind of an outdated picture that you have here, but currently there are 41 alliances in the first call, and involving more than 280 higher education institutions all across Europe. And they mostly get the funding for these programs because you need to, of course, fund this through Erasmus+, so also kind of mobility related, and also the European Research Program Horizon. There are 27 member states, including Iceland, Norway, Serbia, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. You might have noticed that there is not Switzerland in that list. And that's because there is not Switzerland in that list, or there wasn't until now. So in the first call, when this project was launched, the key criteria was that it's a minimum of 3 higher education institutions. So you can think as intersection events, like we do, here it's minimum 3. And they need to be member states of the EU or other Erasmus program countries. And if you read that, you know that we're not included. So what happened is that they created this pilot project for this initiative where they had a few universities, and Basel was actually included, the University of Basel. But then when they said, that's working, let's extend it, unfortunately Basel couldn't stay in the party and they had to leave the alliance. But now what happened, plot twist, in spring 2022, Switzerland got allowed to apply for existing alliances, so not to create a new one, but apply to the one that already exists. And that came at a price of funding from the Federal Council to do that, of course. And last month, we got University of Zurich to get in one of these alliances of Una Europa. So it's super cool that we already had one that applied. And in general, from all of the Swiss universities, there was a lot of interest there. So finally, we're getting something more. So what can we do now with this? I let Yas explain a bit more the possibilities.
Yes, so also as a quick note, it's not only Zurich that is actually going to be in an alliance. I think there are 6 that were announced that have been approved in an alliance, but just not announced yet. So yeah, expect more, and maybe some of your universities are concerned. So yeah, how can ESN benefit from and contribute to this project? Well, European universities are student-based. They're focused on students and research, of course, but they're focused on letting this creation of this European degree, mobility, etc. So revolves around students, and they have this obligation to interact with student organizations in the universities to be allowed the financing for the alliance. So it's kind of obligatory for them to engage with students. Why would ESN be a good candidate for that? Well, it's in basically everything we do. Our motto students helping students. We integrate international students. So basically, the fact of creating this European program, degree, mobility for all these students, we as ESN can help integrate all of these people. So we are the student mobility experts in universities. How can ESN benefit from being involved in those alliances? Well, first of all, I think that this is one of the most important parts, which is recognition. Recognition inside the university, in front of stakeholders, seeing, let the universities see the real benefit of ESN and the real impact that we're having on the ground. And this can lead to more resources, more funding, more flexibility. Some people are talking about storage space or an office, etc. This could facilitate a lot of things in the future if these relationships grow and if you get involved in this project. Another thing is interactions. You can get in touch with other student organizations in the university itself that you're in, that is involved in the alliance, because you're not going to be the only one who's going to be involved in the alliance, but you're gonna be cooperating with other student organizations as well, and this could be a really good way to create links between other student organizations as well. One other thing that is really cool is the interactions with other ESN sections that are present in this alliance as well. So there are best practices in the network where there was actually a section from Romania coming to see a section in Italy because they were part of the same alliance, and they did a whole like day out of it, and that was financed through the alliance, etc. So a lot of cool things that can happen, and becoming international ESN buddies, ESN section buddies, that kind of stuff. And you can be the voice of the students in those alliances. You are student mobility experts. You know better what the students need, the mobility students especially. And this is the core of this project. So you get to be the ones to voice those concerns or those ideas. Finally, final thing, how can ESN get involved? Well, you can become associate partners of the alliances. You can become student representatives of universities. So each university has a student or some student representatives in the alliance. And you can also integrate students on mobility facilitated by the alliances. That's basically what we do. But for all of that, there's one key thing: contact your IROs. If you know that your university is actually involved in an alliance, contact your IRO and your voice that that you have to actually get involved, and you get in contact with the right people and hopefully get involved in the alliance. So yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. Oh well. Oops. Let's stay here.
Thank you very much. All right, we have time for a few questions, so the speakers list is open. Are there any questions for Yes and Dana regarding that topic? Everything else, please, after the plenary. Yusuf. We have the cube.
Words.
Words.
Yusuf, yes, and Lugano.
Thank you.
The alliance thing seems quite interesting. If our universities aren't part of these alliances, does it fall on us to try and push them to communicate and see if they can enter the alliance, or is it within our scope or not?
Okay. Yeah. So yes. What I would suggest you to do is to reach out to your IRO and see what the status is in your university, if they try to get into an alliance or not, if they did like show an interest, and if they didn't, we can also showcase why it's actually a really cool opportunity, because you'll see that the European alliances that are already in place are really active and are really making a difference. They're creating joint programs. They're creating a lot of cool stuff. Europa, the one that University of Zurich joined, also is creating a lot of stuff. So yeah, in general, if you need anything, you can also reach out to us.
Exactly, I completely agree. And maybe one point is that some of the universities, I mean, it's not the IURO only deciding if they can join or not. It's kind of above their pay grade. So it's usually the directorates that do that. So if you feel that your university should be part of one and you want to push for it, you can also do it through the student union, for example, or students who can also help with that.
We have a reaction from Schneeb. Now you hear. And then another question.
With two laptops here.
Yeah, no, Schneeb, yes, in Switzerland, what I want to say is that, of course, by doing some, like, you're not going to convince your IRO to join islands. They don't have the power. They don't have the power to solve the problem the European Union of Horizon. But what is really important is to underline and to talk about the missed opportunities by not in this framework, in Horizon, in good relationship with the EU. It's really important to insist and say, we're missing the European universities, we're missing the European student card, we're missing Erasmus without paper, and to all be aware of the missed opportunities so that we can make a complete list of every time we ask, if I wake you up at 3 a.m. in the morning saying, what are we missing by not being in Erasmus, you can do a complete list. And then also bring that awareness to your IRO, to your university, to your student union.
Just thank you. Cecilia, yes, and you know, I think I am aware that the University of Lausanne is part of an alliance, but not European University. I was wondering, is it possible for a university to be part of several different alliances? And if not, if we are aware that we're part of an alliance, is there any way we can contact them and see how it can, how ESN can benefit from it? Thank you.
So if you were, this is already coming. It's a bit different from this initiative of European University because this is really integrated the program, and some other universities like Geneva is in a group called the Coimbra group, and it's also different universities, and they're super active with them. They actually get to meet, and ESN Geneva, I know that they're also involved in this. So definitely go for it, and this is a first step to going into a European university.
Just a reaction. So we're part of the Worldwide Universities Network. And in this case, so it's worldwide. So of course, ESN is only European. So yeah, I was wondering how, well, if they would be like, why would we enter European universities if we're already part of this worldwide network?
So in general, for universities, it depends on like their agenda as well. So what their aims are. If they are reaching their goals through like another type of alliance, then that's also up to them. You also need to also see like what is the status of this alliance, see what they're gaining from it, and then compare it to what a European Universities Alliance could provide as well. So I'm not exactly aware what the Worldwide Network, whatever.
Worldwide Universities Network.
Okay. WUN is doing basically, but we can look into that and then see, maybe compare and see what are the benefits.
Thank you. All right, Dana, if you could step like one step there, then I can see the people. If there are no other questions, I would propose the speakers list. Yes, that was right. Close. I was wrong. I'm not proposing. No. I'm proposing to close. Okay, one more time. So no other questions. I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Speakers list is closed. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now I would ask Axel to join. Axel and this little guy, whose name is.
The mascot of ESN Switzerland, for those who don't know.
All right, so please go ahead, and I will tell you after 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
So you have 2 more to present, and then you have to skip.
Okay. So okay, I am Axel, national manager, and I will present you the mascot TIF rules. So why do I want to show it today? Is now some sections start to be scared to bring the mascots at national events, and it's not a good thing. There is some sections stealing the mascot in a super bad way, and it should not happen again, because we don't want ESN Unil to be too much scared and not bring their mascot. So yeah, so we will avoid that ESN Geneva will once again steal a mascot in the wrong way. So rule 1. Only ESNers can steal the mascots. You cannot ask an Erasmus, like here, to steal the mascot of someone. It should stay between ESNers. Rule number 2, to steal a mascot, you need to bring your mascot. You cannot steal a mascot if your mascot is doing a tour in Zermatt in Matterhorn. You need to have yours. Rule number 3, if you cough, you need to give it back. So, by cough, I mean cough by sorry. Yeah, but by someone from the section of the mascot who is stealing. Like if, for example, you try to steal the mascot of ESN Geneva, but someone from ESN Geneva see you, it's not a steal. You have to give it back. Nice try. Rule number 4: do not try to steal the mascot from close by. You need to respect privacy. So this is something that is very, very, very wrong. Rule number 5: there should be no violence in any circumstance. So just yeah, stay peaceful. It's not a war, just a little game between us. So no violence, please. Rule number 6: so you can give the responsibility of your mascot to someone else. And if they have it, they cannot steal it because they are responsible. So if someone tells you, can you keep my mascot? And you say yes, and you steal it, you cannot do that. So it's the same like kind of as rule 7. A loaned mascot is not stolen mascot, it needs to be returned. And if a section grants you one of the mascot, you cannot leave the event with the mascot without asking them before. Okay, it's not really like a rule, but trades are allowed. If you steal the mascot from a section, but you prefer another one, and another section steal it, you're allowed to trade, or even with your mascot, you can do whatever. Yeah, it's just possible. And a non-responsible person cannot suffer if they see it. So, for example, if someone is stealing the mascot of ESN Unil and someone from ESN EPFL see it and say, yeah, you cannot do that, it's false, they can do that. Oh, I love them. I will organize the next with them. What if the mascot has been stolen? Can I get it back? So first thing you need to do, the first thing you need to do after the event is like to let the other section know about it, because of course it's if you have your mascot getting stolen, it's better to know where it is at the end. And sure, don't hesitate to send the most beautiful picture you have to like show off a bit to the other section. I saw some really nice. Once a section put the picture of the mascot on a Tinder account, and they send them the link. So yeah, be imaginative. So after, you can ask the section to complete a challenge. In order to get it back, it can be whatever you want. For example, I remember that ESN Lucerne stole the mascot of ESN Basel, and they say, yeah, you need to organize an event where you invite us. And they did an event in Basel. It was Crazy 88, I think. And yeah, it can be whatever you want. Just do something feasible, because yeah, it's not interesting. And after they complete the challenge, you give them back the next time you see them. And please try to remember to bring them at the NA if they are present. Otherwise, yeah. And yeah, that's it. I want to thank the people who agreed to be on the presentation, and also John Middleton from ESN Germany, who presented us the rules and sent some documents.
Thank you.
I'm not an expert, but if you have some questions.
Thank you very much, Axel.
Yusuf has a question.
Yeah, we're opening the speakers list.
Yeah.
Yusuf, then Salim, and then David.
Testing. All right. Yusuf, yes, and Logan. Again. My main question is: this is all speaking about the sections mascots, but what about Gigi? But if I do, if I can get Gigi, what do I get? I am. In 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to do it.
Could we
If
keep
you steal
the-
it, you have to
the-
deal with
the
Elena.
thing that we
So
did for the
it's up to
last,
you, but I
like-
wouldn't do
Yeah,
that.
I take it back. I take my question back. I'm
What's
gonna go
happening
home.
here? Stop. All right. Question answered? Thank you. Then Salim, please.
I'm not gonna hit this again.
Selim, yes, in Switzerland, I want to thank you for going over all the legislative aspect of this matter. But in terms of enforcement, who can we complain in case of breach of the rules? Yeah, who's enforcing this?
You cannot really complain to anyone. There is no one like saying yeah, no. But after you will just like you will have a reputation in the network. Oh, this section is always stealing the mascot. Yeah, exactly.
Publicly shame.
Oliver has a comment.
Maybe make a board.
Oliver?
Oliver, yes, and
Thank
Lucerne,
you.
very sorry. Maybe you make a board support role in the HR for all things mascots.
I'm looking forward to the. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to next NA where we have this amendment to the amendment to the amendment of the mascot league. That rules. Please hand the cube to David.
So David, yes, and EPFL. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's useful for a few members that just stole the mascot a few times and didn't brought theirs at some events. I'm not watching at you, Rita. But I would like to ask one question, one detail of one of the rules. You say if I loan my mascot, like if I'm nice and I give my mascot to Oliver, so from Russia, and he just a few minutes, and he got someone steal the mascot to him. What happened?
So the thing that happens in this case is that if you loan the mascot to Oliver, he's the new responsible person and the same rules apply. So he can get the mascot stolen. And, yeah. Once you get it back.
Okay. We're having a reaction from Selim and from Schnee. And after that, I would propose to close the speakers list. I know. If you don't care who's been elected to the national board, we can talk about this for another hour or so. But we all need to go places eventually. So I would ask to propose. No, I wouldn't ask. I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay. Speakers list is closed.
Selim, yes, in Switzerland, just a reaction on your comment, David. For your own sake, never trust Oliver.
I agree.
Schnee, yes, in Switzerland. I wanted to know a little bit. Is that the official? Is the presentation the official document that has to be referred to? If yes, where can we access it? Because I'm not sure everyone is here. I'm not sure.
Actually, no, it's not the only document. There is a document that has been written by John and I can share it with you after. If we want to say it's the official thing, we can, but yeah, it's from, yeah, it's from ESN Germany. We can write a document about it, just replacing Germany by Switzerland.
Maybe in the statutes.
Yeah, in the statutes. We will have some votes about it next MA.
Maybe just put the
Oliver?
Oliver, yes, and the CERN, sorry. Maybe just put the presentation and the document in the sharing is caring folder.
In the sharing.
You have a sharing is caring folder?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that. Are we done with this now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Amazing. Thanks, Axel, for the presentation. No, it's actually really useful. We also have issues with that in Austria, so maybe you can be our expert next weekend. Thank you.
Can I use the same presentation?
You can't hold a presentation, but you can be the expert in case someone asks. Thank you.
If I need an expert in something.
All right. Juan, do you want to say it yourself, or should I just like? There's Juan. I don't think that we need to talk about this right now, right? Okay. All right. So now back to the serious stuff. We're gonna have the announcement of the voting results now. Yeah, I know the mascot is also serious. I get that, but like future leading kind of. Anyways, presentation. No, better. Announcement of the voting results. Could I what? Could I have the candidates with me, please? That would be very nice. What?
For everything.
Yeah? No? Yeah? Why not? What's all right. Look at these lovely people that you may or may not have elected. So first of all, thank you for engaging in the process. And now we're gonna have the results. Okay. Somehow we have to do this because I don't see what's happening. Okay. All right. So the first one was actually for Yuri, who's not here, but that's fine. So what? So the question was, do you elect Yuri as National Communication Manager? The options were yes, no, and abstain. And now, can we have please? Yes, exactly. Hey! Congratulations, you have a National Event Communication Manager. Go, Yuri. It's in there. All right. Next up, we're gonna have the question: do you elect David as or David? Yeah. Never. Sorry, David as Communication and Youth Officer. Education. Sorry, education. Oh. Yes, you did. Woo! Congratulations. Do you want to say a sentence in the middle?
You just say thank you.
All right. Next up, who do you elect as project manager? Can I have? Thank you. Oh, congratulations, Sarah. Woo!
Thank you very much. I'm super happy that my presentation yesterday was convincing for you. Hopefully, I really hope that I can like fulfill all the plans that I have. And I hope it's gonna be a great year in the NL for me. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Dana, brace yourself. Do you elect Dana
No.
as member of the AC? The options were yes, no, and abstain. And oh, yes, you did. Congratulations, Dana.
Someone's not getting their points today.
Who that is? You don't know what you got yourself into. Thank you. No, but thank you for trusting me.
Thank you, Dana. All right, next up, one more. Why is it not working? Okay, we're done. I don't know why. Okay. So do you elect Lucas or Schneep, however you want to call him, as AC member? Oh, yes, you did. Congratulations.
This election. I'm very glad I got one more vote than Dana. So I want to really thank you for that.
I know who it is.
All right. I don't know whether you do that in Switzerland or not, because in Austria we have to ask the people whether they accept the votes. Are you doing that? No. Okay. Okay, so they don't have a choice. Then welcome to what we call the national level of ESN national organizations. Okay, another round of applause for our lovely elected people here. Awesome, thank you very much. So there's one more vote. There's one more vote, and it's actually it's a pretty big one. Please stay with us for a bit. There's one more really big vote, and it's actually whether you release the national level of 2021 and 2022. I don't see anything. That's not that can't be. Sorry. Also, we need the scrutinizers, and they need to see. And also need to see the scrutinizers. So a lot of seeing necessary here. So there's one last vote. Please savor it. You're not gonna do this again until autumn. So really enjoy every single second of it. The question is, do you release the national level of 2021, 2022? The options are yes, no, and abstain. And since it's me saying that for the last time, I also need to savor it. So everyone who is voting yes, please raise your voting devices now. It's killing me. 13 yes votes, thank you very much. Any no votes? 0 no votes. Any abstains? 0 abstains. Oh my, the national level has been released. So, ja, nein, das steht auf dem auf der Folie. Nein, ich hau dich jetzt noch nicht raus, Laura. All right, so now, actually, how is that? The new national board is now, right? Yeah, so Yusuf, do you want to say something without the elect in the beginning? Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Anyways, next up we have the surprise by the NB. and we're all very curious what that's gonna be. So Laura, fill us in, please.
So the original idea was that, yeah, and I want to say thank you to the rest of the National Level and National Board for the rest of for the last year and for all the work they put into it. Unfortunately, it didn't arrive in time. So we don't have it yet, but don't trust websites, yes. It will arrive and we will give it to you at the transition weekend that we're hopefully having with the new and the old board. But since we have some time and we all want to have some more fun, we are doing with all of you together now a Kahoot. To my computer birthday. It's a Kahoot about us, about the last year. So not all of them, but some of them are also general questions about ESN. It can be individual people, but you can also group up in teams. No problem. But in the meantime, when Yas is in, to everyone that's sitting in the more or less in the front here, thank you. A big, big thank you. Okay, again, guys, I just was talking to you here in front. I wanted to say a big, big thank you for all your work. Wait. And as we learned in the previous Kahoot of the workshop of Youssef, read the question carefully. And we try to not make mistakes in them. What is a Kahoot? A Kahoot is actually a website. The code, yeah, we are getting there. Just a second. I mean, you know the question, or you know the answer to the question, so it's with clarity. If NL doesn't play, guys, just if you don't play because of the question. Yeah, and especially because we. Okay, here's the pin. 776. Yeah. Okay.
No, the summary afterwards, just that part. Yeah.
Okay, then we see. Then we divide it differently. Then we divide it. Yes. Okay. OC, you're there. You're there. Then we start here. You are group 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. 2, something you're 2. In group 2. So group 1 goes first to CT, group 2 first to OC, and group 3 to NL. And then after 10 minutes, you move to the next group. So group 1 goes to OC, group 2 to NL, and group 1 to.
Dana has a comment. Yeah,
OC is under the
CT
tree.
is out there as well.
The CT is out there, then the L and L stays here. We stay here. So number 1 goes to CT, number 2 to OC, and number 3 to NL.
Am I in this NL or not in this NL? Which NL is this?
The OG NL.
Okay, can we?
Do we know something about the subsidy?
Yeah, so it's the
Yes, guys, please come to the front here. So we have a really important task to do. So first of all, if there is anything as feedback like that you want to give to us on workshops at the city.
On how we are, how were the interactions?
Yes. Right. In this case, this time it's right. So if you have any feedback to the workshops, to the content of the workshops, or any of our presentations, or anything, let us know. At the same time, we have two flags that we would like you to sign, right? For the at-one, for the OTM, or for the
On my,
but then you can already use it.
Yeah, you can already start the.
Yes, yes.
Also about our general behavior, anything that we're applicable, you could ask questions. Thank you. Feedback is counted. Yeah, it can be the workshop, can be the content.
The NL at this NL.
What is decided to present, what topics we decided to tackle. Do you think we Also, general, as I said, like general way of for yeah.
Or because I heard, but again, that they were stuff. They know and not everyone knows.
But this is the thing. I think we should discuss more that we have the.
They are.
Yeah,
It's
no,
really
stress
long
that.
list.
But that's stress that. We're there, but maybe always also like have the parts and talking about it. It's fine. And then later on do it again. So,
Like how to start with the important one instead of movies. Like I know. I don't know, like what's
I was about to say that, yeah. I was saying,
like
like,
here?
the flip chart, you don't get very
And blah blah. Or the whiteboard. Yeah. Right, sticky and then
I'd like is this is my second meeting, but well, workshop, a bit more. It was not just workshop; it was more like interactive. The one that did the well-being thing. Yeah. More yoga tasks, and I felt I didn't do it. Kind of had the dimension. That's nice, not only this stuff. Have them together where we do some. Well, I didn't do it, but I guess people from that workshop would have said the same.
Yeah. More time to do like the high together, bring some time together with it. In a common space, but actually also important for the network. It's important some bonds or in a high to discuss about things without any frames. And then it's normally because the agenda is quite tight, we don't work like. So yeah, maybe a question that we get from the fact. About the defense topic, do you think it was a good idea to have that workshop at the same time as other important topics as the national events? Did you get distracted and do you want to join that workshop because it was more live instead of going to discuss the important topics?
sorry, right, because after 10 minutes you need to go on to your second one that we also okay if you just write your name. Totally fine.
Do you think we should stick to more important topics in more of those? Or did you also enjoy the Kahoots, the rule of the games was stealing the mascot, the yoga class, etc. Even though it makes it slightly a little longer.
I think there are the best. Like yesterday,
yeah. But even though you know that maybe if we would have done only the most important thing, more boring, but we would finish well with it. Well, really.
because we can take place tomorrow.
So I really like the workshops and it's the more I think we learned a lot being at the NA about how this association works, and it's very interesting. Maybe what I would is try to involve like section members more, because it tends to be always the same people who are talking, who are discussing. Of course, one would be sitting at the back and has to listen to them. I don't really feel that much part of the community as we should feel, because you're just listening the whole time. So maybe something that engages everyone, so that we feel like more of a community.
You don't feel that to ask questions or remarks or.
I feel you are all very approachable, and I feel like there is space to ask questions, but maybe something where you would activate yourself more.
Question to the audience.
Yes, like the fun things, or some energizers in between, or like something where you start dancing. I know, like in Basel, for example, at our there was like a dancing thing for not even 5 minutes. And already yeah, but just nice.
I have also have to say this NA was especially as happens one like topic one. We needed to do candidates again and stuff like that. So hopefully in the next year it will not be the same. Yes, so everyone that has now there's also the OC.
We also have to have the complete board by unit 2. And then we can always be like a bunch of things that we.
Yes, definitely, but we expect this special.
Yeah, it's one year. Amendments are, we want your form. No, it's true. We want your form. Yeah. Timmy?
You can go around.
I know that
okay, everyone that is ready. Please, if you ready, go with empty. Okay, new group, welcome. This is for CT, this is for OC. You're in the first, we were in the first group. In the first group that was with us, then you please smile for outside.
Should I write your door?
Yes, if you haven't done that, then you do that. Okay, so then this is for, well, you can also give us, of course, feedback on our work on the workshops. Please write something for this CP and for the OC. And make sure that it's paper and everything. I think 3:30 is definitely fine enough for us. Well, do you have any comments to this event?
It's about the content, can be about our general behavior during the event, can be also the communication before, communication after, how did you feel the semester, PNL. Yeah.
Make sure that there's a paper.
So that's what we see actually, communication to, towards the content of DNA or about DNA girls.
This was in the discussion. It's not gonna be like that. All of that. Need it to be like that. This strategy there.
Goal because of the calendar makes sense that to have any one to integrate with this and to have any three that you don't talk to work on.
So exactly. We're trying to be they're saying that maybe having more engaging sessions or having something to engage the audience. Especially if you have very good sessions. Which you guys throughout the workshops, that was the workshops, which was your favorite episode? Which you felt social partners, obviously. Which did you feel you learned more from and you still enjoyed it? Because you can learn a lot, but it's boring. So name in a workshop that you learned.
And why? What's your division of the so it's just only teaching we have to do Wednesday at still at night. I like yeah. The brother picture. And of course, if you have, and if you feel like it's international level journal, you can come talking to us family. It's not at all that we pressure you to do something or whatever. You just ask questions. It's fine. And we can put together if you're something that would speak what you want to come.
We'll be having a lot of calls in the next 2 weeks. Those of you who even don't have the plan for that, there's also still possibility that they if you have any interest like some of the games,
the way the instruction works is and we can discuss it. We see how we can get it somewhere, finances, business, all of this. So just didn't that's not on the list of open calls or any of this. And you know, not only will we give you feedback, but also the type of person teams will be on, and that person can discuss, oh, but maybe if we try and find this position, or this, I can tell you, at least you know, understand how the other works in the future.
Not too lost. For whom it was the first name? Then you manage to keep doing the DNA, but discussing things that were above, far away from you. Yeah. Yesterday?
Yeah.
Next time we really must so questions that we do that was
Not always like that. This one was also more show and spend at the end of that people usually have because way less time to topic, but this time we also increase some stuff in there. So it's not that visible for every time. Okay, so
Have you all written?
on both of them? City and our state? Thank you. All written, right? Otherwise, please do it now. After that, I will quickly put them away. Yeah, you always get 1 for 3 and then back there. So for example, I get the 1 for 3 so I don't think They have
Where's from the city? You can write. Hey, I never know. Yes, it's of the city tour. That's right. You guys are gonna be advisors. I'm going to be advising. And we got one more vote than you. I'm so happy.
As you can see, we have let's put out here. One is for why we start talking also go there and interesting. And there's still some space underneath there are people and apart from that, we've got an feedback to us regarding what the context of it was.
Yeah, also I just was really cool, like
Yes, I just like before this today I had like the introduction. One you had like the watch the class newbie like for first and like watch on that side. That's why it was pretty cool to have like the introduction this time and then have like the side to how it will work. That I would like to some workshops.
But that was this agenda and everything.
Yeah, so then my idea was that some workshops think they feel smaller than part one. So you have on the first day.
I showed everyone how so unexpected when they introduced
No, I knew I was looking at you. Another thing is that it can give you more value.
You can always most expensive.
Yeah, so stress is I'm always also available. Approachable. Not the question that you have time to make during that workshop. I'm always available to Telegram. Because I realized that after I'm like, oh wait, I forgot it was your presentation. With the fermented that was not water. It was water. OC.
Because we realized that there's some guys so much that we never really want. Do we really need to send Matthew to Virginia?
Matthew came to me, he's like, "Get the fuck up, you took up and walked away."
That's what's called the first warning. That's the first warning. Maybe after the second warning, you better have a good insurance. Okay, but real, just make sure you have. Just make sure, just make sure to give it back chicken. And if you guys solve the truth, like you didn't understand the concept of mascot, or the concept. Yeah, exactly. During the end, never specifies when. Because like if you want to do it later, then you know how it's going to go. And if you don't, and I want to give it back, and it's happening again. Like this is typical. The same. I don't know if I sold the trophy and I gave it back the next day. Depends on how there's somehow it's not from the market, like it's very serious thing, like 100%. If you don't do it, things happen, you can do it down, but and then they just don't do stuff. Because you know how people are, you know, you didn't give us our trophy, we're not going to give it to you, and they're going to do that, and then people, that's not what we want. They only heard about you like on day to week.
And we, the OC just walked in, said hi, said I'm good. Didn't even realize it. After we took the photo of the flag.
Probably doesn't.
Sorry, I'm Should we make a vote?
A new amendment.
Yusuf, favorite guest vote? The amendment of the amendment?
I would approve only if it's Excel was tracking everyone was. You said
Where are the people?
No, it's you, yes. All of the time.
Wait, I can see. I'm blind.
Keep the phone. It's a gift from the. When Excel presented his last proposals, you had one photo of you sitting on the floor. And the thing was like general challenges. So challenges to give other assistants to steal your.
But I don't know why.
Big time. She put a lot of effort. What did you do?
I did nothing.
All the other names I saw, but then Rita just sat on the floor.
No, I did nothing. This picture was taken in our challenge. So you just decided to
Example of a
there.
challenge.
Huh?
You just went, that's an example of a challenge.
Yeah, I don't know. You should ask after because I don't know. I know. I saw you. There's the rest of the ice cream. Oh.
Whoa.
All right, I'm holding the microphone. You hear my voice. You know what this means, right? Please, everyone, take your seats one more time, I guess. One last time, even. No, you can sit after we're done here, but that's up to you. No one will ask you to do that then, or at least I won't. Are there still people outside? Is everyone here? We seem less than before, or is that not the case? All right. Okay, so thank you one more time. Thank you for the feedback round and for the appreciation that was kind of involved in this feedback round. I hope the OC and the NB or NL profited as much as the CT did. We gonna have a feedback round summary, and it says again that it's president's thing. So yes, could you comment, tell us what's gonna happen now?
It's a summary.
No.
So each team kind of presents kind of a summary of what was said, if there are things to be highlighted. So maybe I'll start with the feedback for the NL. Most of you said that the NL was approachable. That was kind of the general feeling. that the introduction to ESN allowed people to understand better the topics at the NA. A lot of people liked the workshops and they felt that it was cool to have alternative formats like the yoga session, etc. So maybe more of that in the next NAs. One thing that was highlighted is that we use a lot of acronyms. I'm sorry for that, but in ESN, okay, I have to I have to admit we're kind of a cult. So we do have a lot of acronyms, and we tend to use them all the time, even in the presence of newbies who don't necessarily know all the acronyms. So one thing that was proposed is that to have like the acronyms on a poster to be like put on the walls of the plenary, so that people can just like look at them and then know what it is. And finally, maybe like this NA was particularly heavy. There were a lot of heavy topics. So one thing that was proposed as well is to have maybe like more engaging sessions, or maybe like more preparation from the NL to actually, in case there is like a mood, like we didn't feel that the mood was up, that we have something to cheer up the crowd or motivate them again. So we'll see. That was it. Thank you.
All right, different mic. Why not? Let's mix things up a little. For the CT, thank you very much. We also got very nice and very constructive feedback, especially the time management was mentioned, as well as, of course, the placement and time and whatever regarding the amendment of Irsen and Chatel. But I would prefer to not get into more detail there because we talked about this to the extent. Also, the double track was pointed out that it was a good thing. And then there were a few ideas about how to improve the workshops in a way, like make them longer, make them maybe part 1, part 2, stuff like that. As well as we received the feedback that pushing up the amendments and the proposals to the amendments and proposals to the time where we had the double track was not exactly ideal, because then the other members couldn't join for that session. So that was basically the feedback, but we were really happy with what we heard. So apparently you were happy with what we delivered, which is also nice. Thank you very much. And then I would ask someone of the OC to join me for their impression.
So basically, turn your heads quickly. The OC is in the back, actually. They did everything this weekend, from food, organization, cleaning, everything. So I just want to say, please give them a big round of applause. And Julia's over there as well. Regarding the feedback, I won't extend this unnecessarily. I think the applause speaks for itself. You said, yeah. So basically what he said is, we were great. We know, because we're the capital of arrogance in Switzerland. Sorry, Geneva. Yeah, no, basically what constructive feedback was, Saturday night we should choose another game because people drop out, which sucks a bit. Other than that, not much. I'm sorry if I forgot something. Yeah, thank you very much.
Back to the CT role with my usual mic. So this is it, people. That's been NA3, and in the agenda it says end of NA1. No, 2. I love that. All right, so no, it's been the end of NA3. And for the closing ceremony, I would again ask Jas to first, Laura. Okay. It says president. I'm just doing what I've been told. Okay. Okay. So closing ceremony for everyone who didn't get it yet.
Yeah, all of you. So all of you.
Please give a big applause. Thank you for all the hard work that you put into this event, for stepping up as the CT and stepping up as the OC, since we. Yeah, that's the case. That's the how you say that in English. The purpose. Yes, thanks again a lot. I think every one of us enjoyed it, even though it's really warm. It was nice seeing everyone again before the end of the summer. And we got a little present for you. So first of all, the mandatory flags, of course. So this is yours as the CT. And this is yours as the OC. If I'm not mistaken. No, wait. No. It's correct.
Thank you.
And then we got maybe turn the beamer off for a second or check it. No, that's not working. Then there's the blue coming. Do you need a picture as well? No. Okay. Wait, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. So here is let's find out a small present for you. This is for you both together. And this is I'm a bit afraid that it breaks, so maybe put it underneath. This is for all of you. Don't take it personal, what is in there, but I thought we all love to go out to the lake and need a shower afterwards. So you got something with it. It's not that you're not smelling good. So yes, thank you again. And please give them a big applause. And now I give the word to Jas to finish the rest.
You can watch off the arrogance. We're gonna steal you.
To give you something that you are recognizing.
So I've been branded now.
All right, yes, some last words or first words. You can decide which hat do you want to wear? The former president, the actual now president?
Former.
Okay, so first, okay, please give it up for your president of the last year. Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for engaging in all those topics. This NA was particularly diverse in topics, but also heavy. And I really, really appreciate your continuous engagement given the situation around. I know it's not ideal, climate change, right? So one last thing that I want to do is, as former president, is that I want to thank the national level for all the work that you've done this year. It was incredible being with you, being in this team. There was a lot of things this year. Definitely moments of joy, laughter, moments of stress, but definitely a lot of good memories. I could not have wished for a better way to like start my NB life and close down a first chapter. And I want to maybe invite the current national level to come up on stage. The current former, sorry. All these lovely people have been working for the network relentlessly over the past year, and it was a joy to work with them. And I really wish I learned a lot, and I really wish to pass on that knowledge, pass on that passion onto the next board, and hopefully learned a lot, and improved everything that we need to improve. And hopefully next year will be even better, with even more excitement for the network and even more engagement between the sections and the national level. So again, a big round of applause for my team. Thank you very much. And maybe now I'm gonna put on my newly elected president hat. And yeah, so it's very exciting. We have a full board, have a lot of things to work on, a new 3-year strategy, a new action plan that will be expanded, of course, and a lot of engagement. So I couldn't have wished for a better way to also start this new mandate, because there are a lot of excitement. And now I wish to invite the new national board and board support, the whole national level, to join me. Maybe for the first picture together. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Of course. Is that what it's mandate? You take them back and leave it. Try it. Be careful. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to work with this new team, with old faces and new faces, and definitely really looking forward to do more for the network and really cement ESN Switzerland's place in the network in general. So yeah, thank you very much again. Thank you for being here, and hope to see you in the next national events, next NAs and community weekends. Thank you very much. The OC and the city have been truly amazing. You deserve all the best.
Thank you. One last thing. No, seriously. Lost and found stuff. I forgot to mention this. No, seriously. We actually found quite a few things. If you're missing something, yeah. Yeah, we know that. For example, T-shirts from your section, yes, in Lucerne. There's one, then there's a Led Zeppelin T-shirt, whatever, like glasses. Yeah, come to the venue, please, if you're missing something, okay?
Cool. That was it.
Don't
for
run
me.
away at your. Should I? Oh, I close it for sure. So okay. And we learned, so no one's running away yet. So amazing. Yeah, in Austria also I close it, but I'm not the chair. So that's all right. So I have one last task to fulfill, and I hope I will manage. This is actually the interesting part now. The rest was easy. So I have the honor and kind of the sad task as well to officially close the National Assembly 3 in 2022. So that's it. Thank you very much.